And what's good, everyone? Welcome back in. Glad to have you guys back at the stream once again here tonight. I'm Behind the Arc Basketball. One big night in store. We got the NBA draft here, everybody. Getting rolling in about 8 minutes from now. We'll go over all 58 picks throughout the course of the night here, taking place at the Barclays Center out in Brooklyn, New York. And glad to have you guys back onto the stream once again here. Good pupper. Welcome back in, man. Malika, Oink Oink, Ethan, Ryan. Welcome on board, everybody, tonight. If you guys are new, make sure to spike the thumbs up, hit that like, hit that subscribe. And we get the draft picks tracker for you guys right there. Right now, it's 1 through 19. Once we get past 19, I'll put on the scroll so we can scroll up. And it will have all the picks throughout the night for the draft, as they have some of the draftees in attendance tonight with their family out on the stage before this one. But as we're getting closer to the draft, looks like, according to sources here, that this morning it came out on the ESPN article published around 9:25 in the morning, was that the top 3 picks, this happens to be basically set in stone, most likely, for the top 3 picks, with Jabari Smith Jr., Chet Holmgren, and Paolo Banchero. That's according to sources. We're not sure exactly until it gets confirmed what happens tonight, but looks like Smith is going to go 1 to the Magic, Chet at 2 to the Thunder, Banchero at 3 to the Rockets. Unless any big surprises, we shall see what happens, which, per Bleacher Report coming out today, Chet Holmgren did not give out his medical records to the Magic or the Thunder, so there could potentially be movement there in the top 3. If so, it would be probably Chet that would fall down in the draft. I'll be doing both of the rounds today. So I'll be doing both rounds tonight until this one wraps up. It usually wraps up around midnight, I think. So, like, it's usually, I think, like 4 hours or so. It goes like 8 to midnight, around that mark. I think it's like quicker than the NFL draft, though. NFL draft's crazy for the first round. It goes all the way to like 12:30, 12:45 at night. Andrew, welcome back in. Yes, I think that they would take Jalen Duren if he's available for Charlotte at 13 over Mark Williams. I've been hearing a lot of Mark Williams, though, at 13 in mocks. Oh, yeah, it's totally free. Yeah, you've been on the streams quite a bit since March Madness for Oink Oink. A big member in the channel here. Appreciate it, man. If you're interested in being a part of the mod squad, I can definitely hit you up. You've been on the channel since, like, before March Madness for the tournament. So, yeah, let me know. I can hit you up on one, brother. Because you've been out here supporting the streams throughout the playoffs. Glad to have you guys, dedicated supporters, out here on the channel. Vegas, welcome back in, man. Yep, so early morning spoilers out there today. Saw a couple articles about it. Demetrius, welcome back to the stream. And then big question mark as far as the wild card once we hit number 4. What's going to happen there? That's the big question mark with Sacramento. Is that there's been some questions whether teams will trade in to that 4 spot, or if Sacramento is going to go get Jaden Ivey, or if they'll go get another player, potentially. Shaedon Sharpe, Keegan Murray. So that's where it starts. Yeah, I saw Banchero with the odds kept on going up as of late. And I saw the Ringers mock draft for the finalized draft this morning, and they pushed up Banchero to the number 1 spot there. Warren with a dono. Let's get that dono hype on the stream for Warren. You the man, brother. Appreciate it for being on the channel here with that dono. You the legend. Vaughn, welcome back in, man. Yeah, I got this on right now. If you guys are trying to find the draft to watch it, it's on ESPN or ABC. So it's on a couple channels tonight. So I can only do my reactions to it because you can't show like the actual TV screen to the draft, but it looks like we're going to start off, I think, around 3 minutes. D. Wade, welcome back in, brother. I had Shaden Sharp in my mock at 4 for Sacramento. Yeah, Jalen Williams, he's a name that's been rising on draft boards. He could be a sleeper in the draft. And if he falls back, because Toronto's picking early second rounds with their pick. If he falls back to where the Raptors is, he might go there. They just called out Jalen Williams' name. They got Mark Williams on the stage. So they got some of the draftees for the draft prospects in attendance right now going onto the stage before their names get called out. I got Jabari Smith as the number 1 pick. Lucas, welcome back in. If you guys are new in the channel, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. I'm going to get rolling here. Start off with the draft a couple minutes from now. Great night as far as these players making history. Yeah, I've been seeing Bryce McGowens has been connected a lot to Toronto from what I've been hearing, which he was really good at Nebraska. It's going to be like a bunch of Big Ten players picked in this draft. If he has a great season at Indiana, he might be at the back of the lottery probably because he'll be like an older prospect next season. But I think they could be a deep run tournament team. I haven't gone through research of the conference stuff yet, but right now in my mind, I got Indiana at number 1 in the Big Ten. Between Indiana and Michigan, I think both of them at the top. Yeah, that's a really good get if they're able to get Koloko. Vondell, welcome back in. Yeah, I think Charlotte's probably going to trade number 15. Also get that poll up. Make sure to vote before the number 1 pick gets chosen. Who do you predict will be the number 1 overall pick? Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith Jr., Paolo Banchero, or other? Right now it's Jabari Smith Jr. leading 46%. That's what the national media has got. That's what I had in my mock draft too. Did I cry last Thursday? No. Did not cry last Thursday. First time being there in the finals. That was a tough one, but there's other years. Hunter Dickinson's not in the draft this season. So he's back at Michigan. So a Big Ten's looking like it's going to be Indiana and Michigan at the top for next year. Arrowhond, welcome back in. Things going pretty well, man. Sean Sam, welcome back in. Good morning out to you. Wow, Ethan putting out rumors, 3-way trade. Blazers, Sixers, Rockets sending Matisse Thybulle to Portland. And Eric Gordon to Philadelphia. Wow. Yeah, if there's a name that's going to get traded on draft night, I wouldn't be shocked if it's Tobias Harris tonight being a part of some trade. And Portland would probably be in that with Philly. Ehab, welcome back in. Going Jaden Ivey at 4. Looking like, yeah, he's most popular pick to go at number 4. Sacramento's been the wild card in the draft. The top 3 like, it's looking like it's getting set in stone more and more as we went through the day. But then at number 4, it's whether Sacramento's going to take him or whether another team's going to trade up to get him, which I feel like Jaden Ivey would be a really good fit on Detroit. So we'll keep you guys updated with the draft, what goes on throughout the night here. All 58 picks going down. Usually it's 60. Saw 2 of the picks got forfeited for this year. Lakers going into the draft as of today, so they are number 36 in the draft now. Or they are number 35, correction on that. So they got 35 as of today. There's been a couple movement for picks for trades in the draft around like the 30s, 40s, 50s throughout today, yesterday. All right, so here we go. NBA commissioner. Getting rolling here in just a moment. We're going to have the first pick of the draft. All right, here we go, and pick number 1 about to be announced, everyone. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Appreciate all for watching tonight. Jabari Smith Jr. taking 45% of the voting poll right now for who you guys predict will be the number 1 overall pick. Then Chet Holmgren, 26%, Paolo Banchero at 20%, other at 10% at the moment. Make sure to drop your vote in before the pick will be announced any minute from now. CC, welcome back in. I agree. Yeah, I am mocked Benedict Mathurin at 8 to the Pelicans. I feel like there's going to be a lot of trades tonight with this draft. Yeah, my Philippine supporters going out here for Kai Soto, hoping that he's going to get drafted here. Yeah, wishing him the best of luck, man. All right, so Orlando is on the clock, it looks like. So they've got a couple minutes before we finally get to the number 1 pick. So Adam Silver did his introduction, and now we're finally going to get underway here with a draft in a little bit. Yeah, I was thinking about it from the past. A lot of like the top bigs haven't really panned out in the NBA. I don't think that the top two bigs in this one, Jalen Duren, Mark Williams, I don't think they're going to be a bust, but as far as like great careers compared to the players around them, I think they might have like less of an impact because of how the NBA is just strayed away from like the bigs, and it's gone more so through the players that can come out and stretch the floor lately. And both of those players don't have like a 3-point shot win them. So I feel like that's going to be something like in the future that the bigs that do get like that they do get drafted going to have to be able to stretch the floor, or if they're just like known for the low post, that number is going to keep on dropping in the draft. Going to go down and down around, because right now they're both projected around like, I think, yeah, so both of them in the lottery probably around like 9 to 13 most likely for those two. Yeah, Hornets definitely need a big man. So that definitely puts in a need for them. But as far as like players that's played the center position, getting like top 10 draft picks in the past, like there hasn't really been like any like changing talent like lately that's happened throughout drafts. Drew Timme's back at Gonzaga this upcoming season, so he's not in the draft just yet. Yeah, if Drew Timme was in the draft, I think he probably would have got mocked around like the 50s if he was in the draft, but he's not in the draft this year. Yeah, with a whole new thing with the NIL now that they have going on, Drew Timme just so popular at Gonzaga, that makes sense for him to go back. Joe, what's good? Welcome back in, man. Brian, welcome back to the stream here, man. Missy, welcome on board. Okay, the pick is in for Orlando. Here we go. Adam Silver out to the podium. About to announce the number 1 overall draft pick coming up. We'll release the poll results right now. Jabari Smith Jr., 40% took the poll. And it is not Jabari Smith Jr. Number 1 overall pick goes to Paolo Banchero from Duke. Wow. That is a stunner. Whole national media got faked out by that one. The Magic posting videos of workout draft picks with Jabari Smith Jr. and Chet Holmgren, but they kept Paolo Banchero's workout a secret. Didn't release the video, and they select Paolo Banchero at number 1. Wow. That is a huge stunner. What a start to tonight's draft here. So Woj from ESPN, he was told that it was Smith, Holmgren, and Banchero. Houston, so looking forward to Paolo Banchero. But the Orlando Magic snag him up number 1 in the draft. Big, strong, physical, athletic power forward, 6'10", carry Duke to the Final Four, can create his own shot for Paolo Banchero. Super efficient down inside the low post. Can constantly win the one-on-one matchups. Physical, tough, bullies players out in the low post. Averaged over 17 points per game this past season for Duke, just under 8 rebounds per game. Had some big moments with him that he shined on the floor. Big question is going to be his defense for Banchero, but he had some really good plays defensively, stepping up in the NCAA tournament, and then scoring. That's where he's going to do some damage, helping out the Magic. As far as scoring, 29th in the NBA this past season for the Magic in points per game, 28th in field goal shooting percentage. And Paolo Banchero was able to have some great games, 21 points in the NCAA tournament against Texas Tech, top-ranked defense per KenPom in all college basketball. So already with a big shocker here in the draft, Paolo Banchero at number 1 to Orlando. The Oklahoma City Thunder on the clock. Here's the big question. Do they still go with Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith Jr.? Safer. Could pan out to be the much better player throughout the course of the NBA. And stronger player for Jabari. So Paolo Banchero on the NBA draft lottery night, he had said on national TV, quote, "I'm the best player in the draft for Paolo Banchero." There you go. Yeah, I would imagine right here it's going to be Jabari Smith. Paolo Banchero was shooting up in the odds for him. Like yesterday, he was going up in the odds. Yeah, I hope so, man, that Kai Sotto can get drafted. Really do hope so, man. Pick is in for the Oklahoma City Thunder. OKC, last in points per game, last in field goal shooting percentage, last in three-point shooting percentage. 29th in offensive rating. These are all categories that Jabari Smith Jr., if drafted, he can boost up a ton. Shot the ball over 40% from three-point range. Yeah, I was shocked. I thought that they'd go after Jabari for this pick. But I had said in my mock draft that out of the 3 players, I think that Paolo Banchero is going to pan out to be the best player from years to come. What I saw from him in the tournament, that really got me. Really impressed me from what I saw from Banchero in the tournament. He just turned it up a bunch. He made tough shot after tough shot, and he wasn't really consistent with his defense throughout the season, but when the games mattered the most, he started to play some great defense in there once they got into the tournament. So it's down to Jabari or Chet for pick number 2 of the draft here. How about this one starting off with a bang? BGR, welcome back to the stream. Here we go, Thunder. This is a big pick. They were expecting Jabari Smith Jr. to go at number 1. He did not. A chance to select him over Chet Holmgren. We shall see. Chet Holmgren never passed his physical papers into Orlando and Oklahoma City. It's kind of concerning. Could fall to Houston at number 3, possibly out of the top 3. We shall see. Here's the pick. And OKC goes with Chet Holmgren. The Thunder will go with the most intriguing prospect of the entire draft with a 7-foot unicorn, Chet Holmgren from Gonzaga. A natural feel for the game for Chet. Elite level shot blocker. Incredible handles, plays like a guard at 7 feet tall. Just 195 pounds, though. That's going to be the big question as he goes throughout his NBA career. Is he's going to have to gain a ton of muscle. Gain size in his frame. He's only 195 pounds for Chet Holmgren, but elite offensive shooter. Shot the ball over 60% from the floor this past season. Tremendous length on the floor. But got some questions going in. Big ones about his frame. Other one, he got into quite a bit of foul trouble in the NCAA tournament. 13 personal fouls in 3 games. Fouled out twice in the tournament against Memphis and Arkansas. 2 teams that were more physical. That's the thing. How he's going to hang in with other teams that's bigger, stronger, physical in the NBA. More so just stronger and physical because he's 7 feet tall. He's not going to play against players that's like bigger than him. Rarity if he does, but it's going to be tough going up against players like Giannis, the Joker, Embiid. It's going to take a while for him, and hope that it can pan out, as we shall see throughout the course of the career. Wishing him the best of luck there. Yeah, this is huge for Houston. That number 1 pick falls back to number 3. So Houston has the easiest job out of anybody. Just take whoever was at number 3 on the board. They were expecting Banchero. So this is gonna be Banchero, or for Jabari Smith Jr. right now. They thought it was gonna be Banchero, but Houston should be getting Jabari Smith Jr. now, since he's the one who hasn't gone off the board. This is going to be Smith right here for Houston. Because they need a ton more size in their roster for Houston. This past season, they were 30th in total defense, 30th in rebounding. Jabari Smith Jr., one of the top all-around players in the entire draft for him on both sides of the ball. Wow, this is crazy. Everybody's mock draft just completely shredded after the first 2 picks. And then after that, the King's going to be a wild card. We shall see what happens to number 4. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Appreciate all for joining in and being a part here on the channel. Glad to have you guys join in, being a part here tonight in the stream. Usually cover basketball games, play-by-play, NBA games, college hoops here. Glad to bring you guys coverage, my reactions to every single draft pick of tonight. All 58 draft picks happening. Probably will last another, I think, 3 hours, 40 minutes usually. It takes us to about midnight. Interesting night, long night. So if you're just joining us, Paolo Banchero taken at number 1 to the Orlando Magic. That was a big shocker. And then at number 2, Chet Holmgren to the Thunder, which was expected, but wasn't expected that Holmgren would go before Jabari Smith Jr., which all the attention right now onto Jabari Smith Jr. as he is on the phone at the moment. So this could be his phone call here. Ring, ring from H-Town for him. Pairing up with Jalen Green. Yeah, definitely, man. That's a ton more fuel for Jabari here. Houston looking for size in their roster. Rebounding, they were last. 30th in total defense, which Jabari Smith Jr. Both sides of the ball, he has been phenomenal. Kevin with a dono. Let's get that dono hype on the stream. You the man, brother. Appreciate it for joining in. Ooh, good question. I had Ochai Agbaji in the lottery for him. I've seen other people mock him back in the back 20s for some reason, which I feel like he's one of the top players ready for the league. If he does drop back, what a couple mocks do have him in the 20s, I think he's making an impact. I got him at 14 to Cleveland, though. All right, Houston's pick is in. Pick number 3. No-brainer on the board. They go with Jabari Smith Jr. Second team All-American, freshman season. Tremendous year he had for the Auburn Tigers. Long, athletic power forward. Great length. Versatile defender. Can make tough shots, one-on-one situations. Reminds me of KD with a great shooting stroke he has. Mid-range threat. Knockdown, turnaround, fadeaway jumpers. Complete package. And he has the tattoo on his chest and quotes forever humble for Jabari Smith Jr. He's just happy about this opportunity for him. Elite jump shot. Shot the ball over 40% from the perimeter. And if there's one reason why he dropped a 3, it's probably from the NCAA tournament. Just that one bad game against Miami in the tournament where they lost by 18. Paolo Banchero, he went off in the tournament for Banchero. But that's just one game. One game doesn't dictate an entire career. And what we saw this season from Jabari Smith Jr., it was truly fantastic what we saw. Bradley, welcome back in, man. Antonio on the stream. Chess, welcome on board. Jerry Ramirez, welcome in. I agree, man. I think he's going to have a great career. I think Houston, because they're not in like rush situation for Houston right now, but in the future, they're going to be lethal with this Rockets team. Like, Jabari Smith can knock down threes. That was like a difference between him and Banchero was that Smith this past season, he was just a knockdown threat all over the court. Made at least 3 threes in 7 to 9 games. Had a 2-game stretch where he shot the ball 11 for 15 from 3-point range. He had 31 points against Vanderbilt, 28 against Florida in back-to-back games. And Bruce Pearl even quoted that Jabari Smith Jr. is the best player that he's ever coached by his head coach, Bruce Pearl. And then I heard that Bruce Pearl, so I think it was from Undisputed, Skip and Shannon. They were talking about, they heard Bruce Pearl about Walker Kessler, how Bruce Pearl had stated that Walker Kessler, out of all players last season, that he was the most impactful player in all college basketball in the mind of Bruce Pearl. Okay, so the pick is in for Sacramento, so there's no trade for this pick. So Sacramento sold on number 4. We'll see if it is Keegan Murray here. Keegan Murray, a player that's ready for the league. Sacramento, we'll see if they can steal him before he gets to Indiana, possibly. I heard that Keegan Murray had dinner a couple nights ago with Domantas Sabonis and a couple of the other players from Sacramento. So we'll see if this is actually Keegan Murray right here at number 4. This is where it begins. Yeah, this is Colin Gillespie is in the draft. So he's kind of towards what I've seen him from mocks. He's kind of towards where the Celtics are drafting tonight. Celtics at the back of the draft board tonight. Boston all the way back at number 53 tonight. Which the Celtics do need a floor general. I'm thinking that they could go with Travion Williams if they get that 53 pick. It's like a point forward. Reminds me of Draymond Green with his playmaking. He's from Purdue. Here we go, Sacramento with a pick. And it's Keegan Murray. So they were sold at number 4, Keegan Murray, having team dinner a couple of nights ago. The Sacramento players in the roster. And they go with one of the ready players in the league, potentially could be rookie of the year, with an older player. Oldest player that's drafted so far with Keegan Murray. A bucket getter at Iowa, becomes the first round pick in quite some time from the Iowa Hawkeyes. $1998. That's the last time that Iowa picked the first round selection. Keegan Murray gets buckets. Average 23.5 points per game, 8.7 rebounds per game. Great defender. Shot the ball efficient, 40% from 3. He can go out, stretch the floor. 55% from the 55% from the floor, 40% from the perimeter. Great shooting stroke, pure score by Keegan Murray. Good in transition. %62% from 2-point range, so it can score with ease in the paint as well. Good at transition on fast breaks for Murray. And versatile defender for him. Potentially could be a small ball center for Keegan Murray. So Jaden Ivey slipping into the draft. This is where I feel like he's going to be a really good fit for Detroit. Ty Ty got him right outside the lottery for Ty Ty. Yeah, he's probably going to go late teens, early 20s. I think I actually got him at number 21 for Denver. Because Denver's looking for a big step up in their guard play. Yeah, I agree. That's a pick right there for Keegan Murray. He was swooped up over Indiana. Because if Sacramento doesn't go in Murray, I think either way, Detroit probably goes more guard for their pick at 5. And then Murray would go to 6 to Indiana because they love to draft players as ready for the league. This year we got 58 selections. Yeah, I saw that there were 2 picks that were forfeited from this year. Because usually there's 60 every year. So clock's ticking down now for Detroit. And finally, the Pistons able to get their selection in. Yeah, so there's only 58 picks this year instead of the usual 60. Yeah, Nets are in trouble. Um, Either way, it's Kyrie is playing mind games with them right now. That I think it's June 29th. If Kyrie doesn't opt into his contract on June 29th, that he can be picked up by another team, and he's got a couple teams of interest. He said either New York or LA. That's where he's going. And the pick is in for Detroit. They go at number 5. This is Jaden Ivey at number 5. Great get for Detroit. Ivey able to fall back to the 5 spot. Super explosive, athletic, shifty guard from Purdue. 2 seasons at Purdue. 20 years old. Plays more of the 2 instead of the 1. Really good from 2-point range, too. Gets the rim. Super quick. Efficient. Has some really good handles for Jaden Ivey. And he improved both on his perimeter shot and also his playmaking. But still a long way he has to go as far as decision-making for Ivey. That he's better suited for him at the shooting guard spot. This is going to give Detroit an offensive boost here. Ivey, top scorer for Purdue, averaged above 17 points per game this past season, which the Pistons ranked 28th in scoring, 29th in 2-point shooting percentage, 29th in 3, which his numbers increased from 26 to 36% this past season from 3. So he's taking a step up for Jaden Ivey. Going to make a good pairing, I feel like, with Cade Cunningham out in the backcourt. Because now they add in a fast, athletic player out in the backcourt for Detroit. What's good, Uncle Pizzle? Welcome to the stream here, man. Yeah, so I actually had Jabari Smith Jr. at number 1. Houston getting a gift to them at 3 for the Rockets. I feel like down the line, Banchero could very well be the top player from this draft. It's going to be interesting to see where Indiana goes right here. I was thinking more of like a player that they were ready for the league for Indiana. Benedict Mathurin, there's been some buzz with him getting into the 6th spot for Benedict Mathurin. A lot of the players around this mark are younger. Shadon Sharp, A.J. Griffin, Jalen Duren, Jeremy Sohan. There's the players around this mark. Dyson Daniels. So for the Pacers, they want to take that step up, get back into the playoffs. Probably going to look for a player that's ready for them. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do because they rarely rebuild that much for Indiana. Hardly ever rebuild. They also get a thin front court too for them. Perimeter defense is where they need help. Last this past season in perimeter D. Which this could also be Daniels. Could be the top point guard off the draft board too. Especially if they're looking to move on from Malcolm Brogdon this offseason. So here we go. Big question mark coming up at number 6. I thought that they'd get Keegan Murray. Sacramento took him at number 4, though. So a huge question mark here. Who will they select? The Pacers will go with Benedict Mathurin, a player who's ready for the league. He is from the Arizona Wildcats, coming off a tremendous season, averaging above 17 points per game. Explosive, highlight reel type of player. The Pacers looking to keep their young backcourt strong. He's a wing. He also can project the play, the 2 or the 3 for Mathurin. Great get there. So they will take Mathurin off the board before the Pelicans get to Mathurin. So some steals here in the draft. A couple places above the Pac-12 Player of the Year. Knockdown perimeter shooter for Mathurin. 37% from 3, but he was shooting a ton. He carried a bulk of the offensive load this season for Arizona. This man can cut, too. They really emphasized on cutting to the hoop for Arizona under head coach Tommy Lloyd. Took a complete difference in the offensive scheme from what Sean Miller had for Arizona. It's a year 1 for Tommy Lloyd, and they were putting up explosive numbers. Top 4 nationally in scoring for Arizona. Mathurin, super athletic, explosive. Great get here for Indiana because he brings the energy onto the floor. And he also rose in some big moments in the NCAA tournament. Did not shy away from the big moments, as he had 30 points second round in the nail-biting OT victory over TCU. 30 points against Illinois. An incredible game back in December. Went down to the wire. 27-point season high, 7 assists. And UCLA in the Pac-12 tournament championship. And they had 2 point guards in the team for Arizona. Mathurin wasn't one of those point guards. They had Kirk Kriisa. They also had Dalen Terry off the bench. But Kirk Kriisa, when he got injured in the Pac-12 tournament, that's when Mathurin came in and had those 7 assists, the season high, against UCLA in that Pac-12 tournament championship game. What's good, Pringle? Welcome on the stream here, man. Yeah, that's a great get for Indiana because I was looking at the draft board trying to figure out, like, who they were going to go after for that pick because he was the only one that, out of all those players, looks like they're league ready. A lot of the other players around him, they need more of, like, development. They're more like younger players, but have, like, a ton of upside for the upcoming players. Dyson Daniels, Jalen Duren, Jeremy Sohan, AJ Griffin. This is kind of to the area where these are players that need, like, more polishing. So for the Blazers, this is going to be an interesting pick here. Because there's a couple of areas they could go. I had mocked AJ Griffin at number 7 to Portland, which the hope that they could get, like, potential two-way player in the future if Griffin does pan out that way, which he is a tremendous perimeter shooter. But also Jalen Duren. The need of getting a big man for Portland, it can become evident here potentially. So those are two possibly here, unless they do go for a trade, which I wouldn't be shocked if they do trade this pick to somebody. Aaron, what's good? Welcome in. Things going pretty well. My shirt says, Boston is a brotherhood. So we got Boston as a brotherhood tonight. I got the shirt, the Salvation Army, for like $3 a couple of years ago. Yeah, I feel like Shadon Sharp, he keeps dropping right now in the draft, which I feel like he probably would because he's got no college experience for Shadon Sharp. Yeah, Pelicans are a team that they already made the playoffs. They get Zion Williamson back. They can take the risk there. And they need more backcourt players. And Sharp's a really good perimeter shooter. Big question is how it's gonna his game's gonna translate to the NBA because he's got no college game experience. Wow. Knicks trying to still go after Jaden Ivey. That's for Detroit to keep on. There's no way Detroit's going to let go of that. Yes, David McCormack is in the draft. I don't think I saw him on draft boards, though. I think from what I've been hearing, he's probably going to go undrafted. The pick is in for Portland. Portland looking to improve both sides of the floor, specifically their defense. They were last this season in defensive efficiency on the floor. And that's where they've been last or near the bottom the last 5 seasons or so. And Portland's going to go with Shadon Sharp at number 7. So Shadon Sharp coming in, the biggest question mark in the draft for Sharp. Could potentially down the road pan out to be the best player in this draft. A ton of question marks though because we haven't seen him play since high school. Reclassified. Moved up in the class, just 19 years old, one of the highest upside players in all the draft. Number 1 recruit in what would have been this coming class in 2022 before enrolling in the spring semester for Kentucky. Super high upside player, athletic freak. Scrappy defender. And good need to address for Portland because after the All-Star break, they were the worst team in the NBA record-wise for Portland. And just looking to see if they can get like a two-way player for the Blazers. Portland at 27th in scoring, 27th in points allowed this past season. Great perimeter shooter, too. Super physical for Shadon Sharp. Gonna have to work more of like a mid-range game in there, I feel like, because what I saw film about him, he was basically receiving a ton of lobs to the rim or either knocking down threes for the film that was going on. What's good, Ray? Welcome to Streamer, man. Yeah, I did like a mock on the lottery for 1 through 14. So the Pelicans, I had Benedict Mathurin for the Pelicans, which I thought he would bring a ton of energy to the floor for New Orleans. He gets swooped up by Indiana. Great pick that the Pacers got for a player that's ready for the league. So now the Pelicans are on the draft board. I think their biggest need is going to be knockdown shooting for the Pelicans. This could be where A.J. Griffin fits in. A.J. Griffin, best perimeter shooter in all college basketball this past season. Shot the ball 44% from three for A.J. Griffin. This is where they could turn to Griffin and develop him too, because he is one of the youngest players in the draft, high upside player for Griffin. Pelicans just making the playoffs, where they can use like a quality bench player that's a wing like Griffin, come off the bench and knock down perimeter shots. Yeah, really going to be interesting to see how Shadon Sharpe pans out. Yeah, I've got Ochai Agbaji at number 14 to Cleveland. I've been seeing both of those in a lot of mocks, either Agbaji or Malachi Branham. Dyson Daniels, from what we've been hearing from the NBA draft process is that he's got taller in his size. He went from 6'6" to 6'8" during the pre-draft process. So that could have some teams intrigued by him. I had him slotted in at 11 for Dyson Daniels, going to the Knicks for the first point guard taken from the draft. So there's some options here for the Pelicans. Lester, welcome to the stream. Hector, thanks so much for joining in. Vernon, welcome back in. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe, get over 200 watching right now. Appreciate all for joining in, being a part here on the channel tonight. The pick is in for the Pelicans. And the Pelicans go with Dyson Daniels, first point guard drafted off the board. He played last season for G League Ignite for Dyson Daniels. And now over to New Orleans. That's kind of surprising because they still need a knockdown perimeter shooter. 28th in three-point makes, 27th in three-point shooting percentage, where I thought they would have went A.J. Griffin. They go with a player that shot the ball 25.5% from three-point range with Dyson Daniels. Daniels, though, tremendous playmaker for him. Great vision, strong passer. Great on-court awareness. I'm kind of shocked by this pick here. That's probably the first one that I feel like is a head scratcher towards, like, not going more so towards, like, a need. But it does provide more size in the backcourt. That's something that's a plus there for New Orleans because they have smaller guards on their team. A lot of the guards younger and around 6 feet, 6'1" in size. For some of the guards, Devontae Graham, Jose Alvarado. But he shot up to 6'8" in the pre-draft process. So you can see why teams are intrigued by Dyson Daniels and his length that he can offer out onto the floor. He's going to have to improve, though, with his offensive game. That's the big thing for Daniels. But tons of upside, just 19 years old for Daniels. And already a versatile defender for him. What's good, King of the stream, Praxi? Thanks so much, all, for joining in. Here's the Spurs coming up. They got some options at number 9. Spurs love high upside players. I think for the Spurs, they're going to address defense. I feel like San Antonio ranked at 23rd in total defense this past season. 27th in 2-point shots allowed. I had mocked Jeremy Sohan going to San Antonio at number 9. He's from Baylor. One of the best defenders in this draft for Sohan. Another one could be Jalen Duren. What I've seen mocked a lot has been Jalen Duren going to San Antonio. So it could be those two. What's good, James? Welcome back in. Things going pretty well. Willie, welcome back in the stream. Now, the Spurs last year in the draft, they made some noise. They went all the way up. And I think it was Josh Primo they got. And it was like way early. I think it was like in the 30s in the draft boards. They selected him at number 12. And he was, I think it was the youngest player in the draft. Which, if this comes true, this would be, I think it's AJ Griffin. To go by a list of years here. Griffin and Duren are about two of the youngest players in the draft. What's good, Tyrone? Welcome back to the stream, man. Yeah, this could be like a random shocking pick. Yep, it's Jalen Duren is 18. Okay, so he is the youngest one. So Jalen Duren and then AJ Griffin for those two. So yeah, that fits a big need for San Antonio too. For the center position. This could very well be Jalen Duren. So some of the youngest players in the draft. Jalen Duren, the youngest. Yannick Zosa, who is drafted all the way back in the 50s. AJ Griffin. Trevor Keels. Nikola Jovic, which is a back end of a first rounder. Those are the top 5 youngest players in this draft class. Looks like the pick's in for San Antonio. Still waiting for this pick. This is going to be a big one, though. A lot of question marks on this number 9 draft pick for the Spurs, and they have tossed curveballs throughout recent years in the draft. Yeah, I was shocked that Sharif had declared for the draft for Shaq's son. I thought he would have gone back to college. Even Shaq had told him that he thought that he should have went back to college. He put himself in the draft. That's tough for like anybody that's like the son of a former like superstar NBA player, just trying to live up to that hype of their father. That's just so difficult to do. Like any sport, just so difficult to live up to the hype of what your dad had accomplished. And Scottie Pippen Jr., he is in the draft, but he hasn't really been getting much buzz for him. He was a bucket getter at Vanderbilt, but I think it's because he's one of the smaller guards in the draft that teams haven't been that much interested. And San Antonio goes with a super high upside player, an all-around tremendous defender. It is Jeremy Sochan, the Baylor Bears at number 9. So I had projected Sochan to go to San Antonio here at the selection. He rose up draft boards throughout the season. Going to need a ton of polishing offensively, but they addressed the needs of their defense. That's the big key there for San Antonio, was that they were top 10 offensively this past season, but in the 20s when it came to total defense. Freshman 6'10" from Baylor. Not big eye-popping numbers. San Antonio doesn't really go after those flashy type of players here. And this is exactly the player that Sochan does. He does all the little things on the floor that go unnoticed. Averaged around 25 minutes per game this past season for Baylor. 6-man for the Bears. He can defend multiple positions. Great at switching on his opponent. Super high IQ, which fits San Antonio's style. High motor, shows a ton of hustle. Dives for loose balls. Competitive fire out in the court. Great rebounder. Great on-court awareness. Solid playmaker. Or a good passer out on the open floor after rebounds. And one of the higher upside players in this draft. Has all the great all-around defensive skills for Jeremy Sochan. It's just his offensive polishing that really needs like a ton of work. Where San Antonio is going to be able to get him going and help boost out his offensive abilities out on the floor. But he stays in the state of Texas for him. Great fit, I feel like, for Jeremy Sochan going to San Antonio. Just below 30% from 3, so 3-point shooting, free throw shooting, those are the two that it's going to really have to improve upon. But I think that Pop saw from what he was doing towards the end of the season. Last 4 games of the season, averaged 13.7 points per game at just 19 years old. So a ton of room to grow here for Jeremy Sochan. Great fit to San Antonio. Yeah, Bryce McGowens might go to Toronto. I've been seeing his name a lot there. Mocked into the Raptors at 33. I feel like he's going to be early second rounder for Bryce McGowens. Yeah, potentially. I think if there's one team that's going to get their hands on Jalen Duren, it's probably going to be Oklahoma City. Still, even if they do go with 2 bigs in the draft, Chet Holmgren more to play the 4, and then Jalen Duren to play the 5 for them, because they still need like a traditional big man for OKC. Yeah, probably around like the same color scheme too for the 7-Up shirt. Washington Wizards on the clock. In my mock, I projected Johnny Davis to the spot here for Washington. I've been seeing a ton of draft mocks go with Johnny Davis, but for Washington, looking more for like another backcourt player that can score the ball. Because basically the whole backcourt scoring is with Bradley Beal. And probably going to look more for like a two-way player. That's where I see Davis fitting in this situation. Player with more length on the floor. Also can play make. Davis's assist numbers, they were lower than I had hoped for this past season, but he was basically doing all the scoring work. There wasn't much scoring outside of Davis on Wisconsin. They were one of like the bottom scoring teams in the Big Ten. They were kept in through their defense and just winning close games. They just knew how to win close games for Wisconsin. And Johnny Davis was that player that took over games this past season. So we'll see if this does happen to be Johnny Davis. $250 watching right now. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks so much all for joining in, being a part here on the channel. Usually cover play-by-play NBA games, college basketball games. I'm going to do some special live streams here in the upcoming future. There's 2 rounds tonight, so this is only the first round. So we're 1 hour through, and we've gone through 9 picks so far. But yeah, once we get past the lottery, the picks start to go faster, and then once we get to the first round, the picks go even faster. They're just flying off the board by the time we get to pick number 31, and then so on. So there's 58 total picks tonight. There's usually 60, but there's 2 that I heard that were forfeited. The pick is in now for Washington. And the pick is indeed Johnny Davis from Wisconsin. 6'5" guard. The most improved player in all college basketball. Carried Wisconsin this past season. They lost a ton of players in the offseason before the start of this past season. Johnny Davis shot up from averaging 7 points per game freshman season to 19.7 points per game during his sophomore season. Super high usage guard. Elite bucket getter. Great in the mid-range. Can make a ton of tough shots. I think what drew some teams not to take Johnny Davis was that he went cold towards the end of the season. Not his fault. Number one, constantly had the ball in his hands. High usage. Tried to score it multiple times. And then he was playing through a lingering injury towards late in the season. So he did have some struggles, but one of the things that I really liked about Johnny Davis is how he just overcame those struggles and was able to take over the game. Back and forth. First round game against Colgate, they were on upset alert. Johnny Davis took over in the last 10 minutes. Colgate hung in, played 35 great minutes of basketball with Wisconsin, but Wisconsin with Johnny Davis is too good at the end, and from what I saw in that game, he was just the stronger, better, faster player on the court. It was like playing a video game, watching Johnny Davis out there in the final 10 minutes, taking over against Colgate. Averaged over 8 rebounds per game for a 6'5" guard. Career high 37 points at Mackey Arena with 14 rebounds against Purdue. 74-69 victory Wisconsin had over Purdue. That was the only loss at Mackey Arena this past season for Purdue. They went 16-1 at home, lost to Wisconsin. Solid turnaround jumper, great in the post. Really good from 2. Big question mark for him is that he's going to have to improve his 3-point shot, but here's the thing for Johnny Davis. He did all the work at Wisconsin. Now he's playing alongside players like Bradley Beal, Kyle Kuzma, Kristaps Porzingis. He can have the weight just taken off his shoulders, which should be able to help him out more, get to be a better offensive efficient player. So great pick there, getting Johnny Davis to number 10 for Washington. And Davis got a really good defensive motor, too. Hustles a ton, crashes the glass. Plays with a ton of heart and toughness out on the floor. Seen as a two-way player. Viewed by scouts as an excellent defender, which is going to help out both sides of the ball for Washington. Washington 21st in offensive rating, 25th in defensive rating this past season. Knicks on the clock next. So I was off on this pick. I had Dyson Daniels to New York at 11. So Knicks going in, needing a point guard. But here's the problem, is that the next point guard in the draft is quite a while away, being mocked around the late teens into the early 20s with Ty Washington. So it's going to be a while. So the Knicks pick is in. So that means they have picked the player that's not a point guard. Probably going to be Jalen Duren, maybe? They've had so much poor history just missing out on picks for New York. So here we go. The selection is in for New York. New York's going to go for Ousmane Dieng from France. So he goes into the lottery at number 11. 19 years old, one of the younger players in this draft. So he was somebody that I did not mock, that I had just outside the top 14. He's going to be like more of a developmental type of player here. He's got one of the highest upsides in this draft. So, what I feel like the Knicks, because they love defenders, they got so many defenders. This actually works for New York because they were last in assists per game. It's a pretty good passer, but it's not like a main. It's not like a main playmaker. That's the thing. Okay, so the Thunder gonna get this pick. So this has been traded now. Oklahoma City proposing a trade from New York. Ousmane Dieng going to go to the Thunder at number 11. That's the first trade that Knight. So that makes more sense there. Oklahoma City going for a super high upside player. So Oklahoma City, once again on the draft board, they got number 12. So we're going to probably see a lot of picks here being just traded away. Because Charlotte's got 13. And then 15. Unless OKC picks again at 12. What could be Jalen Duren the steal. Before Charlotte gets their hands on him. Charlotte mocked a bunch of times to Mark Williams. I had Mark Williams going to Charlotte. Jalen Duren, youngest player in the draft. Still at 18 years old. So 2 more minutes on the clock for Oklahoma City. Cosinado, welcome to stream, man. Kevin, welcome in, man. Lou Gabs, welcome back on. Yeah, it's odd to see a team just draft back-to-back picks. Looks like the pick is in, though, for Oklahoma City. We haven't seen a reach so far in tonight's draft. We might see one coming up at number 12. Yeah, AJ Griffin hasn't got picked yet. This has been shocking. I had him at number 7 to Portland. So Griffin, Duren, both the 2 youngest players in the draft, have yet to get picked. And Griffin, question mark with him, spent his injury history, but he was fantastic for Duke. Knockdown perimeter shooter. Lonnie, welcome in. That's awesome. Great supporters out in the Philippines. Welcome on Don Ringo onto the stream. Really looking for Kai Soto to get drafted tonight. The Thunder again with their selection at number 12. They will go with a reach here. Jalen Williams from Santa Clara moving up into the lottery. A massive draft riser for Jalen Williams. That is the biggest reach of the night. Wow. He's an older type of player, too. 3 seasons at Santa Clara. Started 74 games, played 84 games. Just below 40% from 3. So he had his best 3-point shooting season this past season. Averaged 18 points per game. One thing that stuck out to me a couple of days ago was that it was tweeted out, I think it was John Rothstein from CBS. He tweeted out that Jalen Williams, games they played against power conference competition, averaged above 17 points per game. Now let's see who they were against. Washington State in the NIT, 19 points. So they play in the same conference as Gonzaga. So they got 2 WCC players so far. They played against Cal. He only scored 12 against Cal. TCU, that's one of the top offensive rebounding teams. He had 22 against TCU. Wow. Yeah, Santa Clara actually beat TCU this past season, 85-66. Stanford, he had 19. And I got to look at the boxing at St. Mary's because St. Mary's was really good defensively this past season. He had 18 against St. Mary's game 1, 18 in game 2 against St. Mary's. WCC tournament, he had 15 against St. Mary's. So, yeah, I thought he'd be more in the 20s for Jalen Williams, but really took a look at Jalen Williams and drafts him all the way up at number 12. See if that works in his favor because a small conference player didn't really get a lot of buzz compared to if he played at like a bigger school for Jalen Williams played at Santa Clara, but he shot up on draft boards. So Charlotte here, 3.5 minutes in the draft board now. They got pick number 13. Jalen Duren still available. Top big on the draft board. Mark Williams was what I projected for Mark Williams. Nothing yet from Arkansas. I think Jalen Williams, that's of Arkansas. I should put a designation here because there's 2 Jalen Williams. Actually, I might do SCU, Santa Clara. Because Jalen Williams of Arkansas, too. He's still on the draft board. So that's the Jalen Williams from Santa Clara who got drafted. Actually, yeah, probably. Yeah, SCU. I'll go with Santa Clara University. The Rose Boy, welcome to the stream. Pick is in for Charlotte. Needing a ton of help on their rim protection defense for the Charlotte Hornets. Yeah, Spurs got a really good pick at number 9. Great defender. Welcome in Wick on the stream. This is going to have to be a big man. I'd be stunned if it's not. Here we go. The Charlotte Hornets pick number 13 is in. And this will be Jalen Duren from the Memphis Tigers. So Duren falling to Charlotte at number 13 in the draft. He does everything at the rim for Duren. Great shot blocker. Youngest player in the draft, 18 years old at 6'10", 250. Physical, athletic big man. 12 points per game he averaged, just above 8 rebounds per game, over 2 blocks per game at Memphis. Shot the ball 60% from the floor. Cleans up a ton of rebounds. He had 20 rebounds against UCF in the American Conference Tournament. Known as a big lob threat at the rim for Jalen Duren. Did struggle with foul trouble, but they'll get the youngest player in the draft class. He was projected to be the better center than Mark Williams. Both of them pretty close, but Duren was listed ahead as the top center over Mark Williams. I mocked Mark Williams because I thought Duren would have got off the board before that, but he's got a 7'5" wingspan. Going to bring rim protection right to the Charlotte Hornets. So Cleveland's at number 14. This is where I had Ochai Agbaji put for Cleveland. If he's not drafted here, I feel like he could be one of the biggest fallers in the draft. I feel like he's one of the more league-ready players for Ochai Agbaji. He averaged over 18 points per game in the toughest defensive conference in the Big 12. Wow, Jalen Duren going to the Pistons at 13. So that is not Charlotte. Charlotte's going to wait till 15 for their pick. So Jalen Duren going to Detroit. Also, according to Woj, back at pick number 11, where the Knicks traded the Thunder. Thunder will send multiple first-round picks to New York, so catching up on that, too. That was back at pick 11, but there's another trade. So, really set on Mark Williams, looks like, for Charlotte. So, Charlotte will not go with Jalen Duren. As the Pistons able to inquire. They pick up a high upside player, which Detroit, young team, rebuilding for the future. And interested to see how that goes. So you also got Isaiah Stewart on the roster too if he doesn't pan out. Yeah, I hope so for Kai Sotto. Hope that he can go drafted. What I've heard, probably around in the 50 mark for him. That's what I've seen in a lot of people's draft boards. So Cleveland's pick is in. AJ Griffin still not taken off the board yet. Last pick in the lottery at 14. Or could Cleveland go for more 3 and D type of player? Could be Ochai Agbaji or Malachi Branham. Players that can knock down perimeter shots here for Cleveland. All three of those. Best perimeter threat in the draft, that is AJ Griffin, slipping back due to his injury history in the past. Cleveland 20th in the NBA in three-point makes. Mid-pack and three-point shooting percentage. Mid-pack and three-point shooting defense. 25th in scoring. AJ Griffin could add to that column. Took him a little bit to catch on as he was injured in the preseason. But 1 month into action, finally started to catch on and delivered. 6-man off the bench, inserted after 14 games into the starting lineup. And we will see if AJ Griffin gets the final pick here for Cleveland. And they will go with Ochai Agbaji from Kansas. W for this pick. Glad to see Ochai getting drafted in the lottery. Totally deserves it for him. Remarkable season he had. Head coach Bill Self in attendance. National champion. All-American. One of the older players in the draft, but he is league ready. And that's what the Cavs are looking at. Just trying to get over the hump into the playoffs. So close last year to get into the playing game, but just couldn't finish it off, win the playing game. And they just weren't able to make it to the playoffs, but they're looking for more than just playing game. Because if Jarrett Allen hadn't got injured, they'd probably be looking at a mid-pack finish in the Eastern Conference. Around 4, 5, 6, most likely. If he hadn't got injured. They fell down quite late in the season for them. Last month they dropped from being inside the top 6 to going back into the play-in, and they lost out in the play-in rounds. But 3-and-D prospect they got, a player that's ready, could be one of the top picks for Rookie of the Year for Ochai Agbaji. Toughest defensive conference all college basketball, the Big 12. He averaged above 18 points per game. He was out to a red hot start, averaged around 24 in the first couple weeks of the season. He scored double figures, 37 of 39 games for Agbaji, scoring in double figures. Biggest development in his career happens to be his three-point shooting. 40.7% from the perimeter this past season. Super quick release. Create space using an up fake. Great catch and fire three-player. Good from the corner, knocking down threes. Great cutter to the basket. He can throw down backdoor lobs. And also strong finishing at the rim for Ochai. He is listed at 6'6", a shooting guard. Senior from Kansas. Can defend multiple positions. Solid defender. He had been on the draft radar for quite some time. That's due to his defense. But his offense spiking up this season, that's where it propelled them to Cleveland, picking up at number 14, last pick of the lottery. So, good to see there for Ochai. Able to get drafted. He is a streaky shooter, though. It's a thing. He did go away in the tournament. First 3 games in the tournament, did struggle. But started to propel himself last 3 games in the tournament. Miami. That Elite 8 game. And then Final 4 against Villanova. National championship against North Carolina. Started to find his rhythm once again. So AJ Griffin not picked. And he's probably not going to be picked here. This will probably be Mark Williams. That's what I had mocked for Charlotte. I thought he'd go at 13, but it looks like Charlotte's probably going to go address their need for big man Mark Williams at 15, which would leave number 16. That will be Atlanta. So Atlanta, one of the top tier scoring teams for them. Do need a small forward, though. That's where Griffin could come in if he's picked at 16 by the Hawks. Paul, welcome back in. I'm doing all the picks tonight. So all the picks tonight, everybody. Thanks so much all for joining in. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe, and thanks so much all for joining in. Laval, just not some. Welcome back in, man. Okay, so back to the Jalen Duren selection by Detroit at number 13. So we got some updates here from Woj. Pistons sending the Hornets 2025 first-round pick via Milwaukee in the Jalen Duren trade. That's according to Woj on his tweets. And then Detroit getting that pick from Portland in the Jeremy Grant deal from yesterday. So a couple movements when in the early teens of the draft board. We shall see what happens later as we go on tonight. So yesterday news breaking at Portland acquiring Jeremy Grant from Detroit. So that came out yesterday. So Blazers acquiring Jeremy Grant from Detroit for a 2025 first-round pick. And additional draft assets. Wow. Shocked there's not a player thrown in there. That is shocking. Pick is in for Charlotte, and they will go with their much-needed big man. Solidify this time, it is Big Mark. Mark Williams from the Duke Blue Devils. Top wingspan in the draft. A 7'1" big, great rim protector. Athletic, explosive, tremendous finisher at the rim at 20 years old. He's actually 7'2" now. Growing at the draft process, 242 for his weight. Constant lob threat, great at the pick and roll as a lob threat. Really good hands receiving entry passes inside. Also improved at the free throw line for Mark Williams. Could not hit a free throw when he was a freshman, but improved the number to just around 73% this past season. Shot the ball 72% from the floor for Mark Williams. And not really known as a jump shooter for Mark Williams. I see a little bit of potential there for Mark Williams, though. From what I saw in the tournament, he hit this ridiculous baseline J over Joey Hauser that my reaction to, I was like, whoa. Like, dude, I didn't know that he had that in his arsenal. Like, the shot clock was just, like, winding down. He, like, goes for, like, a fall-away J. The baseline knocks it down. Looking forward to see if he's got some more of that in the bag as he progresses throughout his NBA career there for Mark Williams. Huvie, welcome in. Rick on the stream. Black shirt, welcome on board. Yeah, usually draft night's super confusing because the trades for the picks, they come in quick. And they're like on the screen for like 30 seconds and that's it. If you don't catch the trade on the screen, then it's going to be tough trying to follow suit and trying to catch up with everything happening in the draft. Yeah, that's a tremendous pick there for Cleveland getting Ochai. He was awesome this past season. Some really good picks so far that we've seen. Houston getting Jabari, an absolute steal. I thought that he should have definitely been number one. That's shocking tonight. Banchero going over Jabari. Banchero, I feel like, can pan out to be the best player in the draft in years to come, though. And then a couple players moving up in the draft with Keegan Murray over Jaden Ivey. Great. Detroit's having a solid draft so far, getting Ivey at 5, and then Duren at 12, or 13 so far. Sohan, great pick for San Antonio. Mathurin puts the Pacers in a situation that he's one of the more ready players, same as Keegan Murray in the draft. Both of those 4 and 6, Sacramento, Indiana, getting solid picks for their team. Johnny Davis, great pick for Washington. Question mark about, or it was for New York when they were in it, but then Ousmane Dieng came along. At first it was New York, and then that got traded away to Oklahoma City, which made more sense at 11. Yeah, no problem, Paul. Yeah, there's been some really good gets so far. I'd say probably the biggest steal. It's probably going to be Jabari at number 3. I thought Houston was going to get Banchero, but they get more so a two-way player with Jabari Smith Jr. And here's the pick by Atlanta, sliding all the way back to 16. A.J. Griffin, sharpshooter. Could turn out to be a lethal perimeter shooter for years to come. The Hawks go after A.J. Griffin. The hope here for him is for him to develop into a two-way player in the league. Fell back on draft boards. And that's due to his injury concerns for A.J. Griffin. Got injured in high school. Was injured in the preseason, but what a comeback. He showed a ton of toughness on the court coming back from injury. Got more comfortable about a month into the season. And then he just emerged as a knockdown threat for Duke. Almost 45% from 3. Automatic when left wide open from the perimeter. Great catch and fire shooter. Tremendous shooting stroke. Really good step back J. Great cutter onto the floor. He can finish through contact to the rim too for A.J. Griffin. He knows how to limit turnovers. Got a ton of upside. The third youngest player in the draft for A.J. Griffin. 7-foot wingspan. Kind of reminds me of Jimmy Butler, but with a perimeter shot. Like, he's got, like, the inside game in the up fakes. Comparable to Jimmy Butler with that inside game, but with his perimeter shot, that's where it makes him just so lethal for A.J. Griffin. The Hawks do need defenders, so hope here is for him to turn into a two-way player into the league. Yeah, so all the guys in my mock just got drafted, so A.J. Griffin was the last one in the mock that just got drafted. I got it on ABC right now. I saw that ESPN had a little bit more lag for me. I get it quicker from ESPN, like a couple of seconds quicker. Probably going to be Malachi Branham coming up on a pick soon. Yeah, this class got some really good players. I think all the picks have been pretty good so far. I was kind of scratching my head about the New York pick, but that got traded to OKC. So Houston at 17, they're on the clock. Rockets already with one pick, going with a steal from Jabari Smith Jr. falling back from 1 to 3 in the draft, helping out Houston's front court. Right now I got OKC at 30. Right now I'll see if they updated it, if there's any changes. Yeah, right now they're still at number 30, I believe. Yeah, Oklahoma City got number 30. It was from the Denver Nuggets. Denver was at 30. And then Denver traded that one to OKC. It looks like the Houston pick is in. Could be a point guard, too. We're kind of getting towards the back of the teens. Ty Washington could potentially go here. Yeah, I think either here or Chicago. Ty's going to go. Or Denver. So 17, 18, or 21, I feel like. All right, Houston's pick is in. They knocked their picks out of the park last year in the draft. They got Jabari Smith Jr. falling to number 3. Here's their pick at 17. They go with a versatile defender, 6-man from LSU this past season. It is Tari Eason, the LSU Tigers. A power forward that's physical, athletic, 21 years old, high motor at 6'8". He transferred from Cincinnati over to LSU. Sophomore at LSU. He really made an impact for LSU this past season. Was one of the most improved players in all college basketball. First team all SEC selection, 6-man of the year by Tari Eason. That's going to help out Houston's defense a ton. Houston last in defense, and they go with a need. They got it, addressing the defensive side of the floor for Tari Eason. So I saw he was kind of towards that back teen area for Eason right after the lottery. It's kind of lining up. Malachi Branham still on the board right now. Chicago up at 18, first draft pick of the night. Yeah, Shaq's son. I thought he should have stayed in college. Yeah, Horford was great. Pick is in for Chicago. They're starting to move a little bit faster with the picks. Once we get to 30, then the picks start to go by like lightning fast. It says that this is only on until 11 p.m. I don't think so. I think we got more than an hour and 8 minutes left to go. Usually these drafts go to like midnight. It's the NFL drafts that's crazy. Those go to like 12:30, 12:45 p.m. Kim, welcome in. Chicago looking to see if they can add a point guard to the roster. Ty Washington, the name that comes up in that selection from Kentucky. Looking to see if they can add in some more backcourt players to the roster. Also, Zach LaVine's in the trade block, so Malachi Branham's still available. A player at the 2 for Branham. Really good perimeter threats. Yeah, they get a pick at number 53 for the Celtics. I was thinking more like a front court option this time. I've got my eye on... It's Trevion Williams from Purdue. He's like a point forward. Really good passer. And he's a physical player. He's like a big body. He's 6'10", 255 for Trevion Williams. If they want to go after a guard, probably Colin Gillespie is going to be in that area. And he's a really good floor general. Chicago going to go after a high upside point guard. Here goes Dalen Terry from Arizona. He was a bench player at Arizona, but he's a 6'8" point guard. Or 6'7" in the fourth. A couple of websites had him at 6'8". 6'7" in the fourth, 195 by Dalen Terry. Super young, high upside player that Chicago goes with. And also a Pac-12 all-defensive team player. So that went higher for Dalen Terry over Ty Washington. So Chicago wants to get more size in the roster. That's what they go for. What's good, Greg? Welcome back to the stream. He's going to keep on improving. Playing behind Lonzo. Like where you can be able to develop in Chicago. What's good, Mark? Welcome back in. Great draft so far by your Rockets, man. Minnesota coming up at number 19, and then we'll go to the scroll. After that, scroll up the picks. Yeah, front court option they're looking for Minnesota. Defense, interior scoring. I think E.J. Liddell. He's one of the more league-ready players for E.J. Liddell. He could potentially go here at 19. 24th in defense, 25th in defensive rebounds. And EJ carried Ohio State this past season. Salman, welcome back in. EJ Liddell averaged 19 and 8. Plus 37% from 3. Around 6'8". Yeah, I hope so there, James. So this is a traded pick from Memphis. So Memphis is traded into this pick now. Minnesota's gone back to pick number 22 in 29. And this will be Jake LaRavia from Wake Forest at 6'8", 20 years old, second team All-ACC player. Have to get the lowercase in there for the first time tonight. So 22 now belongs to Minnesota. The two teams that played each other in the first round, trading with each other in the draft. And also 29 becomes Minnesota's pick to get Jake LaRavia. Would have loved to see this man in the tournament. Wake Forest got left out of the tournament. All right, there we go. So we get the scroll on now. I'll adjust with any picks if there's probably going to be changes too. So this is San Antonio now at number 20 on the clock. First pick they picked up at number 9. It was Jeremy Sohan from Baylor. Got a great defender, one of the top defenders in the draft. I think 8 seed might be a little bit too high, but I think playing, trying to get to the 10 for the playing could be more like realistic this year for Detroit. Oh, wow, that's awesome. He played at Indiana State before transferring. Yeah, I feel like there's not much they can give up to acquire Bradley Beal right now. Probably either Denver or Milwaukee, maybe. So Denver's coming up at 21. They get the pick after. I feel like Denver's going to address the backcourt. They need better guard play for Denver. I can see Ty Washington going there, and then Milwaukee potentially going with Blake Wesley at 24. Kennedy Chandler's still on the draft board, too. So he's projected around the mid-20s, upper 20s from what I've seen. Yeah, everybody's done pretty well in their draft. Oklahoma City is like the biggest question mark because all the players they picked are like intriguing prospects with like high upside that they went for. And also the Pelicans, that one was like a question mark to me. For Dyson Daniels at number 8 to New Orleans, because they need shooters on that team. He's not known as a perimeter shooter. There's so many young guys in the OKC. Ousmane Dieng's another like developmental player, but it's just super crowded on that roster. That's going to be like a question mark to pan out how it will go. Best available right now, Malachi Branham at the top from Ohio State. And it will go that way. Perimeter threat with Malachi Branham. He was handed the keys to the offense second part of the season. Really broke out for him. And that's where he rose up draft boards. Yeah, Johnny Davis was a really good pick. Big Ten freshman of the year by Branham. Good get for San Antonio. They go with the best player on the board. A freshman that shot the ball 42% from 3. Also went to the same high school as LeBron, St. Vincent, St. Mary in Ohio. Denver Nuggets 21 in the clock. Probably thinking backcourt here. Really lacked guard play. When it comes to the playoffs, their backcourt just gets destroyed against opponents. And also inside defense. They were 28th in interior defense this season. Could potentially be Walker Kessler here if they want to address the front court first for Denver. Walker Kessler, he was a block fest this past season. Yeah, I heard about that. Knicks trying to see if they can go get Jalen Brunson. Pick is in for Denver. And then after this pick, it is Minnesota, who's at number 22. That was Memphis's pick, and then Minnesota goes to 22. Yeah, usually a lot longer in the first round, and then once we get to the second round, it just flies by. Yeah, Griffin fell all the way back out of the lottery. Really good get for the Hawks. All right, here we go. Denver, first pick coming up tonight. Selection for the Denver Nuggets. They will go with Christian Braun from Kansas. Great transition player for Christian Braun. Can throw up lobs at the rim. Great perimeter shot he has got. I thought he'd go back to Kansas for his last season. Won 3 straight state titles in high school at Blue Valley Northwest High School out in Kansas. He was projected to be a back-end first-round pick around like 28. Really good rebounder, too, for Christian Braun. 6.5 rebounds per game for a guard. So I thought that was a little bit early. He grew a ton. He was 5'8" as a freshman in high school. Wow. Yeah, so there's 2 forfeited picks in the draft, as this will be Memphis's pick. Now we're going faster. So Memphis will get their pick. Their pick is already in. Yeah, I would take Brunson. After what he showed in this year's playoffs for Brunson. This is Minnesota's pick, so this is a proposed trade by Minnesota. This was the Memphis pick. So Minnesota looking to add to their front court, which Walker Kessler is still on the board. 7 foot. Monstrous force down low. A shot block machine. '24th in defense, 25th in defensive rebounding for Minnesota. They're stacked with 3-point shooting. So just looking more for like a inside force out on the floor. Minnesota does go with Walker Kessler, 7-1 center from the Auburn Tigers. So Walker Kessler, shot blocking machine. Bruce Pearl said that he was the most impactful player in all college basketball this past season for Walker Kessler. First team All-SEC Defensive Player of the Year for Kessler. Just a monster out on the floor. Yeah, Ty Ty is still on the board, so let's see who we got. Ty Ty Washington, Blake Wesley still on the draft boards. I think around this area, there's like a lot of guards on the board right now. Yeah, Ty Ty, Blake Wesley, Kennedy Chandler. And then there's a lot of like more unknowns to college basketball because they took the G League pathway with Jaden Hardy and Marjon Beauchamp, Nikola Jovic, and then Trevor Keels, Wendell Moore in that grouping. Bryce McGowan's, Christian Coloco. There's just some of the names coming up. We haven't seen any, like, ridiculous reaches. Yeah, Coloco's probably going to go someplace in the late 20s, early 30s. That would be a gift if he goes at 53, though. So Philadelphia at the clock now at 23. Yeah, if he's not back at Phoenix, I heard a lot of links to DeAndre Ayton possibly going to Sacramento. Which they got like a ton of front court players, but they're probably going to move a lot of those players. So Memphis has been in a lot of like trades tonight. As far as this draft going on with picks. This has been traded again. Philadelphia has traded this pick off to Memphis. So this is Memphis's pick now. Okay, so Philadelphia is trading the number 23 pick to Memphis for DeAnthony Melton. That's what we got there. So this is something to start off, probably a list of draft trades tonight. Philadelphia had been in the part of trading or thinking about trading players, but they don't trade a player here. They get De'Anthony Melton from Memphis. And this pick becomes David Roddy from Colorado State. Great rebounding guard for Roddy this season. Good to see they got drafted for him. Mountain West Player of the Year. Carried to Colorado State, 19 points per game, 7.5 rebounds per game. And it's like built like a linebacker. 250 pounds. He actually turned down football. He was accepted to play in the football team for Wyoming. He turned down football to play basketball at Colorado State. A lot of guards on the board right now, Milwaukee. Probably going to look to see if they can go that way. Ty Washington still on the draft board. Kennedy Chandler, Blake Wesley. E.J. Liddell. Could be more of like a win now type of piece there for the Bucks. Kind of a smaller front court player for Liddell at 6'8", but they do have some question marks going into this offseason. One of them with Bobby Portis coming into the offseason. I will go no for Aiden just yet for a max contract player. Yeah, I feel like he can still have a ton more. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to get up Sham's Twitter because I've got up Woj's Twitter right now. Okay, so there we go. So Shams reported it, Woj didn't. Okay, so yeah, that's been confirmed now. This is by Shams. That got tweeted out. 76ers moving Danny Green and a number 23 pick to Memphis as part of the De'Anthony Melton trade, which Memphis getting David Roddy from Colorado State. So yeah, that was kind of expected. Danny Green probably not going to play until late next season. Maybe the playoffs. But he can help out a playoff team. He's a veteran player, which that's great for a young squad like Memphis. And Danny Green has a ton of playoff experience, which helps out too. Milwaukee at 24, perimeter defense. Something that they struggle with last in 3-point makes allowed in the NBA. Also playmaking, something else that they could improve upon for the Bucks. Probably going to be more of a guard, but we'll see what this pick is here for Milwaukee. And they will go with MarJon Beauchamp from G League Ignite. Now they start to tap into some of the G League Ignite players. He had a really good season for G League Ignite. Yeah, averaged around 16 and 6 with 1.5 steals per game. Oh, that's awesome. He plans to buy his mother a house after signing his first NBA contract. Good for him. Yeah, that's a solid pick there. Their team's already ready. Ty Washington's still on the draft board right now. I feel like this could be like a random player that San Antonio can go after. This could potentially be Nikola Jovic. The Spurs love European players too. Almost at 10:30 at night right now. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks so much all for joining and being a part here on the channel. I think once we hit the second round, things start to move by much faster. John, what's good? Welcome back in, man. Pick is in for San Antonio at 25. Yeah, I hope he gets drafted. Really well deserves it for Brady Manick. One big moment in life here with these players getting drafted tonight. Incredible for to see these players when their dreams being made on the big board, and we'll have some more throughout the course of the night. Now, number 25 here is San Antonio. They will select Blake Wesley, guard from Notre Dame. So he dropped back quite a bit for Wesley. Good pickup here by the Spurs. Wesley going off a great season to go with a young prospect, 19 years old at 6'4". Scored around 14 points per game this past season at Notre Dame for Wesley. Put the Fighting Irish into the NCAA tournament. Won the play-in round, and then they won their first round game. And he was consistent throughout basically the whole season. Regular season, he was great. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully Kai Soto gets drafted for you guys tonight out in the Philippines. Thanks so much all for joining in here. It's going to be the Rockets part of this trade with Dallas, it looks like. So Houston will go now to 26. As that was Dallas's pick, and now it goes to Houston proposing the trade. Houston tonight picking Jabari Smith Jr. They've had a great draft at number 3. Falling from 1 to 3. And then Tari Eason, versatile defender, picked up at 17. So maybe this is where Ty Washington comes along, looking for the need for the point guard. Or maybe Jaden Hardy. He could be a player that they could potentially go after. As Houston looking to just build up their young group of players. Hardy was projected to be a top 5 pick going into the season, and then he had a tough showing in the G League, and he dropped back and all the way back into the bottom 5 now of the first round, and Hardy yet to get selected. Oh, I got you right there. Yep. That's right. Yeah, I filled out the draft board a couple days before. Yeah, a lot of great picks tonight. Not really many misses, unlike previous years. Like, all the teams filling their needs. Raymond, thanks so much for joining in, man. So some of the players still remaining on the draft board: Ty Washington, Kennedy Chandler, E.J. Liddell, Jaden Harvey, Nikola Jovic, Trevor Keels, Wendell Moore Jr., Bryce McGowan's, Christian Coloco. Those are some of the names near this area. The pick is in. Nobody's gone for a super reach in this draft. Last year we saw one. It was Santi Aldama that Memphis got from last year's draft at the back end of the first round. The pick is in by Houston for their selection on the Houston trade via Dallas. And this is Wendell Moore Jr. from Duke. Wendell Moore gets drafted in the first round. Good to see for him. Had a great season at Duke this past season. It's been just, Wendell Moore's been consistent for him throughout his career. Good playmaker. 4.4 assists per game. I feel like he is a taller player. He's only... Wow, Sports Reference lists him as 6'5". Seems odd because he played forward for Duke. Three seasons at Duke. Started all 3 seasons. Okay, so this pick has been traded to Minnesota. Thanks so much for the update there, Bradley. Yep, so Houston via Dallas at number 26. This will be Wendell Moore, as he will be traded to Minnesota now. So Minnesota acquiring that pick from Houston. That was via the Christian Wood trade with Dallas. Wood getting sent over this earlier part of the week to the Dallas Mavericks. So Minnesota going to send Houston the 29 pick. So 29 will now be Houston. Yeah. Usually there's more point guards at the top, and this has been a tough class. The Heat coming up next. 27. After these picks, starts to go by much faster. Could be looking at front court options here. Miami had the top 3-point shooting team percentage-wise in the regular season. But as far as, like, inside scoring presence for Miami, that's where they can start to become better out on the interior. They were last in block shots per game for the Heat. Yeah, the development of players by Miami, I feel like Jovic would be a pretty good pick. Versatile. He's a versatile defender, got playmaking. Really good passer. Just like Jokic. If they want to go for a player that's more ready, probably going to be EJ Liddell. But they have a knack of developing players too. So that could be Jovic. Jaden Hardy is still a player in the draft board. He had a rough season at G League Ignite, but maybe he could be a player that gets built up in the Heat system. Patrick Baldwin, he is a player that has slided all the way back on draft boards. Had a rough season at Milwaukee, played under his father's head coach. He played in the Horizon League, but he dealt with injuries. But going into this past season for college, he was a 5-star recruit, top 10 recruit. So I do not believe this is Kennedy Chandler for this pick, as the B-roll is focused on him, and he's still checking his phone, scrolling on the internet right now. So unless that was from earlier, where they put those camera shots in. But it still looks like Kennedy Chandler is super anxious, awaiting his fate. Here's the Heat with their pick, number 27. Miami's going to go with Nikola Jovic. Forward from the country of Serbia. That's a V. Nikola Jovic, not to be confused with the Joker. 6'11" and a great playmaker. Young player that can be built up in the Heat system. That's a really good pick. Fits the Heat system because he's a versatile defender. Great shot creator. He's like a high IQ player and tremendous vision. Excellent passer. Notable Serbian players who played in the NBA. Well, you got Nikola Jokic, Bogdan Bogdanovic, a couple others back in the 90s and the 80s. But now there's Nikola Jovic from Miami, now from Serbia, playing for the Miami Heat. Golden State on the board. Yeah, there's a big basketball boom in Serbia. What we're going to see in the future is like the NBA is going to be filled with Europeans. That's what we're seeing right now. Top players in the league, Giannis, Jokic. It's going to be stacked even further with Europeans in the future. Even when the players play for Team USA basketball, when they're playing those Olympic games, they're talking about how the defense is just totally different out there. When the U.S. plays against like Serbia or like teams like Lithuania, Croatia, France, like they emphasize out in Europe, they emphasize a ton on defense. So it wears down the American players more than usual. Yeah, Philippine viewers out here. Appreciate all you guys from the Philippines joining in. Got 200 plus right now. So Golden State still on the draft board. 2.5 minutes remaining to their pick for the 2022 champions. They can go a couple ways here. Probably going to look for a big. Kevon Looney heading out to free agency. James Wiseman trying to see if he can come back from injury for Wiseman. Zoe Zaki, thanks so much for joining in, man. Couple point guards. Some of the top players in the draft board right now. Ty Washington, Kennedy Chandler, E.J. Liddell. Golden State winning the championship. They can make their team even more dangerous. They don't need to rush into it. They could pick up a player like Jaden Hardy. If they're looking for bigs, Jalen Williams, and if he gets picked by Golden State, he would team up with former teammate Moses Moody from Arkansas. Christian Koloko. I heard there's a big man that's totally raw. Khalifa Diop. Pick is in. Golden State's going to go with Patrick Baldwin Jr. Top 5 recruit in the 2021 draft class in the ESPN Top 100. So they will take a chance at that. Totally makes sense. A tough season. Wisconsin-Milwaukee, he was dealing with injuries, though, towards the beginning of the season. But it's just one season, and that's a great get right there for Golden State. Because they're swinging on a draft pick that could provide value to them in the upcoming future if he pans out. Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that there's no players from Louisville this year. I feel like the Big East players were just like under the radar this past season. Like they had a really good conference, and there's a couple that's probably going to get drafted towards the back end of the draft. So this is Houston's pick at 29, proposing to trade to Memphis. Got a couple point guards that's yet to even be picked. Ty Washington, Kennedy Chandler. Bryce McGowan's starting to come along in this area too. He's from Nebraska. Had a great season for the Cornhuskers. I'm probably thinking guard for this one for Houston. So you go with Jabari Smith Jr. at 3, power forward. Tari Eason. Can play 3 or 4, I believe, for Eason. He was at 17. So 2 defenders, plus Smith's all around great player, and then Eason, high motor player with a defender. So it takes up 3 hours for the first round of the draft. And then I think the second round just flies by. And here's the pick by Houston. They will go with Ty Washington. So off the board goes Ty. Good to see Ty get selected. Great playmaker out on the floor. Yeah, would have been drafted much higher if it wasn't for injuries. He averaged 3.9 assists per game, but he was the second point guard on the team behind Sahvir Wheeler. To give this man more opportunity, I think that he could pan out to be a pretty good pick in the future for Ty Ty. Okay, and this is Denver's pick right here. So this 30 at Oklahoma City, proposed trade by Denver. So we're trying to go through like what the proposed, I'm going through what the proposed trades are. This was supposed to be OKC, proposed trade by Denver, pick already in. Which Denver's looking for a point guard. Probably knew it quick. This could be Kennedy Chandler right here for the final pick of the first round. If they struggle this year, this is probably going to be it for Mike Brey. They do bring back some of their key players from last season, though. I think they get a couple upperclassmen back. I like Chris Jans at Mississippi State this coming season. He was really good at New Mexico State and built like a defensive identity for that team. They've had the talent for Mississippi State. They've had draft picks in the past come through their program. It's just trying to like make the tournament, and then once they get into the tournament, it's just trying to win a tournament game for Mississippi State. And that's where, like, Chris Jan's already beat UConn. And New Mexico State played a close game against Arkansas last year, too. What's good, Victoria? Welcome back in. So Denver at number 30. Off the proposed trade. Proposed this trade to Oklahoma City. And this pick is Peyton Watson from UCLA. Kind of shocked that he went to the end of the first round. He's a young player, though. 19 years old, 6'8", 203. He had a really good season in the crowded UCLA lineup. "32 games at UCLA, came off the bench, did not start a single game. Wow, this is really interesting. I'm shocked that he gets drafted right here. He only played like around 13 minutes per game. Only averaged 3 points per game for Watson. I would think if you're the Nuggets, you're in like a win now mentality. There's like a ton more players that's ready. Yeah, that's kind of a That's one of the toughest draft picks there. 12.7 minutes per game. Shot just 23% from 3. 32% from the floor. And 3.3 points per game. Played just... So... He only played a couple... Or no, I got his game log for these games here. He had more minutes in the first 3 months than he had at the end of the season. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. He only played 3 minutes against UNC in the Sweet 16. Played 10 minutes against St. Mary's in the second round. 6 minutes in the first round against Akron. And then before that, you go all the way back to January. He was playing 23 minutes against Stanford, 26 minutes against Cal. 23 minutes against Oregon State. 21 minutes in a overtime loss by 3 against Oregon. I don't know, that's the first pick that I'm really just think that's a tough one. To surpass other players that could have gone before. What's good, Landon? Welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, good pick there you guys got with Patrick Baldwin Jr. He had a tough season at college, but he can put that behind himself. It's a new start, the NBA. He was a top 5 recruit coming out of high school, too. He's got a lot of potential. He just wasn't able to stay healthy this past season. I think a lot of teams passed on him because of his struggles, his injury from last season, and then playing at like a smaller school where he committed to Milwaukee, played for his father, the head coach, kind of doesn't bring you like the bright lights compared to like the other programs out there, like the bigger power conferences that gets you more of the exposure. So he didn't really have much exposure out there to begin with. So Pacers on the board to start off the second round. Yeah, that was shocking that EJ Liddell didn't get selected. So Indiana going after one pick so far at their number 6 selection. Got Benedict Mathurin from Arizona. They like more players that's ready for the league for Indiana. They could use help, though, with their defense. 26th in defense this past season. Defensive rebounds also 26th. Perimeter defense is where they really lacked for the season. And also 3-point shooting could use a boost. EJ Liddell shot the ball really well from 3. Smaller big man, though. He's 6'7", 240. What's good, Travis? Welcome in. Yeah, your Pistons doing well in this one. Pick is in for Indiana. Also, they get the last pick currently in the draft at 58. Pacers looking to get back to the playoffs after a 25-57 record. Going for Benedict Mathurin at number 6. Now adding on to that cast. Indiana going to go after Andrew Nembhard before Kennedy Chandler from Gonzaga. The point guard of Gonzaga transferred from Florida. Went back to college to improve his shooting, known as a floor general out on the floor. Really good playmaker, averaged 5.8 assists per game by Nembhard. Streaky shooter, though. He does go cold. He does go cold sometimes by Nembhard out on the floor. Like, when the big shot matters the most, he does have a tough time late in games to knock down shots still by Nembhard, but Pacers go with him. Could be a sign for the future with Malcolm Brogdon, if they're going to move Malcolm Brogdon in the offseason. Celtics yet to pick yet so far. They're going to pick at number 53. So they're quite a while on the draft board. The good thing is that these picks go by fast, though. Magic on the clock now at number 32. Magic with the number 1 overall pick, going with Paulo Banchero over Jabari Smith from earlier today. So looking to add to that, they got a couple of Duke teammates still remaining in the draft. It's got now down to 1. Wendell Moore got drafted, but Trevor Keels, his teammate, he had a great season opener for Keels. Wendell Moore got drafted at 26 by Minnesota. Yeah, they got plenty of shooters on Indiana, so he's not going to be the one taking those shots. What's good, Braden? Welcome in, man. Yeah, keep your head up, brother. Sorry to hear about that, man. Hopefully things go better for you in the future there, brother. Always next year, man. Magic going to go for Caleb Houston. Forward from Michigan. So he was someone that was he was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. Just wasn't able to get his shot going at Michigan. That's where he dropped back, but he's known as a wing with a ton of length on the floor for Caleb Houston. Did get better towards the end of the season. So here we go. Ethan ready for this pick here. Here's his Raptors. Toronto, 33 on the draft board in the second round. Golden opportunity to pick up Kenny Chandler. Best remaining player in the draft board at the moment. Yeah, everything has gone pretty much near the area, I feel like, for all the players. Jalen Williams going up to the lottery. He's from Santa Clara. And number 12, though, that was kind of a shock because he wasn't part of many people's mocks to go up to the lottery. With the time running off the clock for Toronto, they still haven't put Pickens in, though. It still hasn't said pick is in. It says round 2, 0:00. And now round 2. Pick is in. There we go. Alright, so the pick is finally in. So this is their lone pick here for Toronto. Still waiting for this pick to be announced. Yeah, I've got it's probably going to be Chet. Out of those picks in the top 10 there. They go after a big Christian Coloco 7-footer from Arizona. Great rim protector, the defensive player of the year in the Pac-12. First team all Pac-12 player, averaged 12 and 7. Warren with a dono. Let's get that dono hype out on the stream for Warren. You the man, brother. This dude shut down Kofi Cockburn in the regular season. Really good big man. He's going to get better and better throughout his career, too. He's from Cameroon for Coloco. So they added a ton of size onto the roster with him at 7-1. That's massive. Yeah, Kennedy Chandler and EJ Liddell, they still haven't gone off the board. Watch this be Jaden Hardy for OKC. Looking for a super high upside pick here. And then the Lakers are right after this pick. Probably in the 50s most likely for Kai Soto if he gets drafted. Here's Oklahoma City back to the draft board again. Pick number 34. They will go with Jalen Williams, great big man from the Arkansas Razorbacks. First player taken from the Hogs in the draft. Really good this season at the rim. Great cutter. Terrific finisher. Averaged a double-double. Solid passer, too. And a great defender. Physical player on the floor. So OKC goes after their big man late. Lakers looking for bench scoring instead of a couple players carrying the load in the team, and that's it. Anything possible. 3-and-D type players. Players that can play defense. They're at the bottom of the NBA in defense this season. Yeah, so I just saw here. So looks like Chris Boucher is a free agent this season. So him and Thaddeus Young, both free agents. So Thunder picking these players in the draft tonight for the 4 players. Chet Holmgren at 2. Ousmane Dieng from France at 11. Jalen Williams, both of them. They got Jalen Williams from Santa Clara at 12. Jalen Williams from Arkansas at 34. Isn't that something? That's going to be quite the scene to describe the players out on the floor for announcers, because how they have to announce the game like Jalen Williams of, say, if there's two Jalen Williams on the floor, because there's been that during college. Jalen Williams of Arkansas versus Jalen Williams of Auburn. And when you have to announce the game, you have to say, like, which player is which. Jalen Williams of Arkansas takes the shot. Jalen Williams of Auburn takes the shot. And now you got two of the same players on the same team. So you got Jalen with an L and Jalen with a Y. Yeah, EJ Liddell just keeps on falling in this draft right now. We've seen a lot of the younger players being taken before the older ones get there. Liddell is actually younger than Koloko. 21 and a half years old. Wow. The Lakers going to pick up Max Christie from Michigan State. Wow. He's got shooting potential for Christie. I don't know. I just wish the best of that pick there. It's a top 5 recruit for Christie. Kind of had an underwhelming season for Michigan State. Okay, so this is Detroit at 36 now. So a trade with Portland from earlier. Wow. I feel like that's going to be a miss for the Lakers. He shot just 38% from the floor, 32% from 3. And he was marked down as shooting potential for Max Christie. Like, this is a really concerning pick. Like, the best games that he played were earlier in the season against Big Ten teams. The Big Ten didn't really have any, like, lockdown defenses this past season. 21 against Nebraska. 17, and that's non-conference, but 16 points against Minnesota. 16 points against Michigan in a really good game. 16 against Maryland, which they were supposed to be good last season, and then head coach got fired like a month into the season. And then he went away in the tournament. Had just 2 points against Davison. Remember the game I covered against Davison? He went 1 for 6 from the floor. This pick is in. Gonna get up the pronunciation guide for this pick out of Italy. This is Gabriel Procida from Italy. So that's who Detroit just picked. That's probably going to be more of like a stash type of player. We're starting to get to these stash players. Jaden Hardy, Kennedy Chandler. EJ Liddell still on the draft board. This is Sacramento's pick at 37. Sacramento. First pick at 4 today, going with Keegan Murray. Defense and perimeter shooting. Hey, thanks so much, Ethan, for joining in, man. Enjoy the rest of your night, man. I think you got to look at the guard right now for Sacramento. They got a bunch of front court players. Jess, welcome on the stream. Yeah, been quite the draft. Been a really good draft tonight. A couple players have fallen like deep though. Watching from Dubai, welcome in Jimmy in the channel. Kendrick, welcome on board. This pick is in for Sacramento. There he goes off the board. Jaden Hardy from G League Ignite. So he was viewed as a top 5 pick entering the season. Top 2 recruit. He was the number 2 recruit in the ESPN 2021 Top 100 for Jaden Hardy. And then went the G League pathway but struggled. He did average 19.8 points per game for the G League. But his efficiency was all over the place. Best known as a volume scorer. Good pick at Sacramento, taking the chance. Let's see. Ooh, this pick has now been traded. Here we go. Dallas going to get in on the action. This is actually Dallas's pick now. So Jaden Hardy going to Dallas. That signals something. Jalen Brunson, with his scoring bulk, potentially could be out for the offseason. New York Knicks, big suitors potentially to try to see if they can get Jalen Brunson. And without Brunson, you need another scorer behind Luka. And that's where they go after a bulk scorer. That's a good fit. Jaden Hardy going to Dallas. Looking for a player that can score in volume. So Dallas getting Hardy. A number 2 recruit out of high school. Went to the G League pathway, though. And the stock drops him all the way back to 37. Steven's pumped up about that one. So, great trade there for Dallas. Can't believe Kenny Chandler's still on the clock. Or still on the draft board right now. So Kenny Chandler, the best player on the draft board. Going faster into the draft. San Antonio, their pick is at 38. Picks in for San Antonio. They get Kennedy Chandler. So Chandler finally comes off the board. Great playmaker, scrappy defender. Really fast on the court. Another 5-star recruit coming out of high school for Chandler that dropped all the way back to the second round. Cleveland at number 39. Yeah, there's been a ton of trades. Okay, so that wasn't Dallas's pick for long. San Antonio, or that is Dallas's pick for Jaden Hardy. It's San Antonio with their pick. So we move faster on the clock here. So San Antonio, their pick hasn't been for long. They're going to trade Kennedy Chandler to Memphis. What's good, Mario? Welcome back in. We've been going on for like 3.5 hours over or so. Yeah, been a long night. So San Antonio trading away Kennedy Chandler to Memphis. More of an insurance pick. If anything happens to John Morant in the future, they'll have like another point. Yep, this definitely going to midnight. Usually gets over before I think the NFL draft. The NFL draft goes super late. Yeah, Tyus Jones is in the free agent market in the offseason. So that explains a need for Memphis that they were trying to get a young point guard to back up Ja. And some more backcourt players because DeAnthony Melton got traded today to Philadelphia. And a good pick, too, because he's a scrappy defender for Chandler. Excellent ball handler. All right, Cleveland got their selection. It will be Khalifa Diop from Senegal. He's got a high motor. I heard that he's one of the more raw prospects from the draft, so he's going to need a lot of developing to do. Yeah, ESPN for some reason took their graphic off the board for like a couple minutes. Minnesota's picks in, so we move faster now. This got traded to Charlotte. So this is Charlotte's pick now. Yeah, that seems reasonable there. Colin Gillespie going 53 to Charlotte, or to the Celtics. So this pick's going to be traded by Minnesota to Charlotte at number 40. There's so many traded picks in this draft tonight. Like, every single one lately seems like it's been traded. And they would go for Bryce McGowens from Nebraska. So he's got the call right now. Third-team All-Big Ten player. Really good bucket getter. Over at Nebraska this past season, put up just under 17 points per game. Another volume scorer going into the draft. So we're seeing a lot more of these players are more so volume scorers based off of a good chunk of points they've scored, but that's come from a lot of shot attempts on the floor. I've been back and forth between that for Anthony Davis. It's probably Westbrook that out of those two. If you had to trade AD or Westbrook, I would probably trade Russ first. Yeah. Pick's coming in faster, though, right now, so that's the good sign. The pick is already in for the Pelicans. That was Jaylen Brown in the finals. He's the best player in the Celtics. Just looked like the spotlight too big for Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown picked him up afterwards, and hopefully they do it next year, man. Brad Stevens had to tell Jason Tatum a couple days ago to take a break and go on vacation. You carried us throughout the season. Like, the poor dude probably, after losing the playoffs, probably hasn't even, like, got out of bed for the poor dude. Like, he took that hard after losing in the finals because he thought that he was going to get game number 6. Just took it hard after he lost. There is EJ Liddell finally. So EJ Liddell picked up at 41 in the draft, dropped all the way back. He was projected to be around the 20s. Great defender. A playmaker, too. Probably because of his size. Plays in the front court, 6'7". He's a forward, but he's a smaller player for that position. He carried Ohio State this past season. Without EJ Liddell, they wouldn't have made it to the NCAA tournament. Like, he did basically the bulk of the scoring for Ohio State. Like, looking down at their roster this past season, they were one of the most, like, unbalanced teams, like, in all of college basketball. Like, you have Liddell, who was averaging, like, 19 points per game, and then you got Branham averaging around 13, and then after that, all the other guys hit single digits. They might take a flyer and a big man for Golden State. Just in case, like, Looney leaves in the offseason or anything. So here's some of the players on the draft board right now. Trevor Keels is still on the draft board at the moment. So he's one of the top players. Trevor Keels, Kendall Brown. Justin Lewis from Marquette. There's yet to be a Big East player taken today. And the Knicks will go after the best player on the draft board. That is Trevor Keels. Good pick. Dakota, welcome back in, man. Yeah, that was shocking, but really, really good pickup you guys got with Banchero. Celtics pick at 53. So we're at 43 right now. Clippers, first pick of the night. Probably going to go after a front court option here. It's not much in the draft boards, though. Yeah, it's been a really good draft. I think the Hawks at number 16 getting AJ Griffin. He was one of the players that slipped back deeper into the draft. That's a really good get. Nikola Jovic from Miami slipped back quite a bit. And the Clippers will go with a player with size, high motor. Another player from Michigan taken off the board. This time it's Moussa Diabate. All freshman Big Ten player. So they had some talented players in the team. He's a big man that needs a ton of developing. A good system to get him in with Ty Lue's Clippers. Kendall Brown still not drafted. Best available player on the board. Yeah, that makes sense. So Atlanta had already addressed the small forward position. So this is Golden State now. Who picks? So Atlanta trading down to 51. Golden State up to 44 on the draft board. And that is Ryan Rollins from Toledo. Yeah, interesting. I haven't seen much film about him from the MAC. But Golden State gets Ryan Rollins at 44 from Toledo. Charlotte now at 45. The picks are coming in. They just selected Bryce McGowens at 40. Mark Williams they had earlier at 15. Kendall Brown, the best bet to go to them. They should take him at 45 for Kendall Brown. Really good defender. A defensive-minded Baylor team this past season for Kendall Brown. And that's what Charlotte needs a ton of help in. It's their defense. Bottom 5 in the league in points allowed. Looking at some film right now for Ryan Rollins. Smooth score. Wow, the Hornets going to go for Josh Minott from Memphis. So this is where Portland and Detroit had traded picks. So this will be a Portland pick here. Yeah, it wasn't really much buzz about Minott this season. Averaged just 6.6 points per game. Didn't really get much playing time in the tournament either. Pick is in. This is the Portland Trailblazers pick. Some of the best players remaining on the draft board: Kendall Brown of Baylor, Justin Lewis of Marquette, J.D. Davison, point guard from Alabama, Darion Sebron from North Carolina State, Travion Williams still available, power forward from Purdue, Ron Harper Jr. on the board, Alondes Williams from Wake Forest, Colin Gillespie, Kofi Coburn, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Julian Champagnie. John Butler is an interesting prospect. 7-footer, can shoot the three from Florida State. Kenneth Lofton Jr. from Louisiana Tech. Johnny Juzang still on the board. Tevin Brown from Murray State. Jean-Marie Bouye from San Francisco. Those are some of the names. There's a lot of players that didn't play college in this area too on the draft boards. Ismail Kamagate, one of them, center from Paris, France. Hugo Besson played out in New Zealand. He's a point guard. Dominic Barlow for Overtime Elite. Michael Foster Jr. for G League Ignite. This is Portland's pick via Detroit. The Blazers will select Ismail Kamagate, center from France. He's a French League All-Star this past season. Potentially. Probably in the 50s. Yeah, probably in the 50s for Kai Soto, most likely. If he does get drafted. Kamagate known as a strong interior presence. This actually has been traded again. So, this pick has not gone to Portland. It's gone to Denver. This is Memphis at 47. Pick is already in. So the Nuggets got the trade from Portland. Gonna help out the interior. Kamagate from France. Yeah, it's shocking that Johnny Juzang hasn't got drafted yet. Selection by Memphis. This is Vince Williams Jr. from VCU. First team All A10 player. So here comes Indiana to 48. Now we start to go faster on the draft. Basically, they're just finishing it up because we've gone through. Right now, we're at commercial. Kendall Brown's still not yet to get drafted so far. I was hoping that a Big East player can get selected, and no Big East player's been taken yet. They had a great season with teams in the conference. Yeah, Kai Soto hasn't got selected yet. All right, here we go. Pick is in for Indiana. This has been a trade with Minnesota at 48. Also, Minnesota's got a quick pick after this at 50. Wow. The selection by Indiana. This is Kendall Brown. This was on a Minnesota pick that Indiana has traded itself into. So the Pacers traded for this pick at 48, able to get it. Big 12 all-freshman player. Cavs already got a big man at 39. Khalifa Diop. Also got Ochai Agbaji earlier into the draft. Pick is in for Cleveland. Also, Cleveland got another pick, too, at 56. Still yet a player from the Big East to be selected, Justin Lewis. First one to come up. Small forward from Marquette. Colin Gillespie. Tyrese Martin from UConn. Julian Champagnie from St. John's. A couple names from the Big East that's yet to get drafted tonight. We'll love a Big East player before we wrap up. Isaiah Mobley. Joining his brother, Evan. Out in Cleveland. It's a pick there to keep the brothers strong. Keep their bond going and balling with each other. So there's a pick shown on the screen with Evan and Isaiah. The NBA Rookie of the Year runner-up with Isaiah Mobley's brother, Evan. Hoping for Travion Williams. It's a physical power forward. He's more like a point forward for him. Really good playmaker. So Mobley brothers kept together out in Cleveland. Pick is in. This is Minnesota at number 50. Here we go, Minnesota with their selection. Wow. Matteo Spagnolo. Interesting. Oh, wow. He shot the ball 44% from 3. He's out in Italy. Cremona. This is a proposed trade at 51 by Atlanta. Was Golden State's pick announced to the Hawks. So Spagnolo plays in the Vanoli Cremona basket team. Or they're called Garino Vanoli Basket, also known as Vanoli Cremona. Out of Cremona, Italy. So yeah, basically these players are like draft and stash type of players. By this rate. For a lot of them. There's not been a Big East player that's gone off the board so far. Hoping that will change. Yeah, quite a bit of overseas players. Spagnolo, Kamagate, Diop from Senegal, Prochida. So we've got quite a few of those players in the second round. All right, here we go. Pick is in. This is number 51 for Atlanta. So Golden State moving into the 44 spot. Atlanta moving back to 51. Oh, wow. The Hawks selecting Tyrese Martin from UConn. He becomes the first Big East player off the board. Versatile wing player. All 2022 Big East tournament team for Tyrese Martin. Really good rebounder. Slots into play to 3. Shot about 43% from 3-point range. Got to see him play when he was at URI. Was recruited by Dan Hurley coming over from URI when he was the former coach. And then Dan Hurley went to UConn. Tyrese Martin joined in. And good to see. He gets drafted at 51 by Atlanta. Yeah, finally Big East player going off the board. Pelicans at their pick, number 52. They got Dyson Daniels at number 8. And then they drafted recently, 51. They selected E.J. Liddell. He dropped all the way back from the back teens to 20s he was projected. All the way to 41. Yeah, they'll probably go after a random player from overseas. There's Hugo Besson, point guard from New Zealand. He's in the draft board. They got a couple of point guards from overseas. Ziga Samar. Pick is in for the Pelicans. New Orleans Pelicans will select Carlo Matkovic Ford from Croatia. The European basketball boom continues. Last season played for Mega Mozart out of Serbia. Viewed as a high motor player. All right, here comes up the Celtics on the clock. My team coming up to draft. Pelicans going to stash Matkovic next season, it looks like, according to sources. Here we go, Celtics. Their lone pick in the draft. Usually they pick at the back of the lottery or so. Here they are tonight, though, at 53. Pick is in for Boston. What's good, Derek? Welcome back in, man. Celtics go with J.D. Davison out of Alabama. With a point guard. Really good player coming out of high school for Davison. Explosive. A playmaking guard. That's what Boston needs. Playmaking on their team. J.D. Davison available on the draft board. They got him. 1 season for Alabama. Good get right there. Really good player that could drive to the rim during his time at college. He was playing in a crowded backcourt, so he didn't really have as big of like shooting opportunities. Didn't really attempt many shots per game, which is huge because Celtics have so many mouths to feed with the basketball that they just need somebody to play make. But look at these numbers right here. 9 assists in the first round of the NCAA tournament against Notre Dame. 8 total assists in the SEC tournament against Vanderbilt. So, postseason experience helpful when it comes down to that for J.D. Davison. That's great. His playmaking got better and better throughout the course of the season. He had 10 assists in 2 games against Memphis and against Miami. This was back in the non-conference slate, November and December. So that's great. Playmaking guard with J.D. Davison. Good pick right there by the Celtics. And he was only a freshman. Averaged above 4 assists per game as a freshman. And he played in the team that had a bunch of guards on the roster. Alabama was stacked with guards in their team. Oh, yeah, that was nasty. I remember that. Davison's poster dunk. I remember it was Houston, Alabama. That was a great game just going back and forth. Wish we could have saw Alabama more in the tournament. Just devastating how it was Javon Quinterly who went down in that game. And he really just sets the tone for Alabama. He went down and then Notre Dame got up and that injury just took a toll. So this is Yannick Nzosa, who gets drafted at 54. This is just double check because I had the Washington graphic. There were trades earlier today. Okay, that is Washington, so that's not Milwaukee. That's Washington's pick now. Yannick Nzosa at 54. Golden State looking to trade out of 55 according to sources. Daniel, welcome back in, man. Yeah, they took off the draft board once again on the graphic. It's happened a couple times tonight that they've just taken off the draft board. Okay, so Indiana traded 58 to Milwaukee. So 58's now Milwaukee's pick. From what I heard is that Golden State's trying to trade away this pick, according to sources. That was around 5 minutes ago, Woj tweeting that out. Hey, thanks so much, Billy, for joining in, man. Here's some of the players still left in the draft board. Justin Lewis of Marquette. Darion Sebron of North Carolina State. Travion Williams of Purdue. Ron Harper Jr. from Rutgers. Alondes Williams of Wake Forest. Keon Ellis of Alabama. Colin Gillespie of Villanova. Kofi Coburn of Illinois. John Butler of Florida State. Scottie Pippen Jr. from Vanderbilt. Julian Champagnie of St. John's. Johnny Ju Zhang from UCLA. Brady Manick from North Carolina. Jean-Marie Bouye from San Francisco. James Akinjo of Baylor. Jared Rhoden of Seton Hall. Darius Days of LSU. Hung Jung Lee of Davidson. Cam Augusti of Miami. Buddy Boeheim of Syracuse. Makur Maker from Howard. So those are some of the names remaining that's for U.S. college basketball players. A bunch of players still in the draft pool right now from either overseas leagues, international players. There's a bunch. A couple from Overtime Elite. So it looks like this pick is in. Wow, they go to another break. Whoa. Who is that? Wow. The Golden State Warriors take a player from Brazil. Yeesh. His name is Gui Santos. He is from Brazil. I cannot believe what I just saw right there. Gui Santos from Brazil. That's a draft and stash prospect there. So 4 more picks, now down to 3 left remaining. Huh. This guy even considered to be on draft boards? It's very interesting. So Gui Santos played for a team called Minas from 2018 to present. This is out in Brazil. Pick is in for Cleveland. At number 56, 3 picks left. Wow. Cleveland picks Luke Travers from Perth. Couple players probably haven't realized before. Luke Travers from Perth. This is when we know we've got all the way to the back of the draft. From Australia. Plays out of the NBL. Pick is in for Portland. 2 picks left. Yeah, no, that ain't happening. KG to the Celtics, no way. Come on, media. Media always brings us down. The media had put out an article this morning saying that the draft was 1, 2, 3, Jabari Smith, Chet Holmgren, Paulo Banchero. And the Magic fooled the media today. Here's Jabari Walker from Colorado. Jabari Walker, picked by Portland. That means one more player will go off in tonight's draft at 58. So a Pac-12 player gets drafted off the boards. And now let the two-way contracts begin. Villanova's Colin Gillespie has agreed to a two-way deal with the Denver Nuggets, sources tells ESPN. So Gillespie did not get drafted tonight, but he's going to be on a two-way going undrafted into the draft. Houston Rockets signing Northwest Missouri State guard Trevor Hudgens to a two-way contract. A two-time Division II Player of the Year. Pick is in. I think this is the Pacers. Cole Swider from Syracuse has agreed to a two-way contract with the Lakers. Scottie Pippen Jr. has agreed to an NBA contract with the Lakers. Lester Quinones from Memphis has agreed to a contract with Golden State. Undrafted for Jean-Marie Bouye, he's agreed to play for the Miami Heat in the Summer League. Sharif O'Neal has agreed to play in the NBA Summer League with the Lakers, according to Shams Charania. And this is actually Milwaukee here, so this is Milwaukee. So Milwaukee trades into this pick. Here's the selection. And there goes Hugo Besson, guard from France, off the board last in tonight's draft. So that's it. Thanks so much all for watching, being a part here in the stream tonight. Some of the undrafted players, which happen to include Kai Soto, along with Johnny Juzang, Tevin Brown, Aminu Muhammad, Orlando Robinson, Brady Manek, Gabe Brown, Jean-Marie Bouye, Darius Days, Bryson Williams, Jared Rhoden, James Akinjo, Yohan Makawandu, Iverson Molinar, Fanbo Zhang, Quinnen Jackson, Hung Jung Lee, Trevor Hudgens, Justin Lewis, Dominic Barlow, Michael Foster Jr., John Montero, Ziga Samar, Darion Sebron, Travion Williams, Ron Harper Jr., Keon Ellis, Colin Gillespie, Kofi Coburn, Kenneth Lofton Jr., John Butler, Scottie Pippen Jr., Julian Champagnie. Those are some of the undrafted players that did not get drafted from tonight's draft. So we appreciate you guys all for watching. Before I do sign off on the stream tonight, make sure to hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe, ring that notification bell as well for being a part here in the stream. Stay tuned for some special live streams coming up. Hopefully. Possibly later this weekend or early next week for some special live streams. Thinking about covering some baseball games. We'll let you guys know out in the community tab for you guys. Going to close out to the channel members before I do wrap up here. And what a night on the draft night tonight. We thank you guys so much for watching. All channel members get a shout out at the end of my live stream here. We got Jason, Rajeep, Russell, BP, Greg, Oreo Pudding, Braden, Ronaldo, Bino, Mark, Mike, John, Jessica, Ahino, Joseph, Vegas, Michael, Wick, Woody, Warren, I Am Ghost, Kelly, Arahan, Micolette, Roderick, Blessed Brian, SG Sports Talk, Isaiah Bruin, Cody F, Steven, Siegel, Tristan, BGR, Ace, Ian, Spaghetti Factory, Happy MT Dude, Mike, and Robin. Thanks so much all for watching tonight, being a part of this draft. And big moments continue for these youngsters here. And enjoy the rest of your night, everybody.